Oh yes. Hello, old friend, and hello, internet. In today's vlog, we shall venture to Kyalami to run practice laps and aka tire testing, aka pressure farming, aka for tomorrow's 6-hour event hosted by ACM. No, stop. Which shall be a fun thing, along with my good friend Mr. David Cox, also known as Daviiid. Daviiid Le Cox. El Coxo. El Coxorino. Anyway. That's it. That is down. And that is forward. That means we can place the pass through here. And then I need to adjust some settings because before I do. Because now we have the Speed modded DLL for OpenXR toolkit, which will let us use the black magic voodoo sorcery of the feature called Crop to FOV, which is an insane performance boost. So if you do not have this mod and you are a OpenXR toolkit user, I would strongly recommend you go to YouTube and search Speed, like in OHNE Speed. That is Omega Hotel November Echo Speed. In one word, OpenXR to
Runner Adegard.
mod.
Hi GZ with P11 on RBR. Runner Adegard.
Yes.
Were you happy with result?
Yeah, all things considered, I am not complaining. It is annoying that I got impeded during quali as I reviewed the replay. I was heading for front row when that Mercedes pulled out ahead of me and impeded me in the penultimate corners. And then the unfortunate collision with the Pixel Pilot's car happened in lap 4, which completely wrecked my stint plans and ended up forcing me to do a drive-through at the end. To reset the timer, and then the other wreck where I was the cause by slamming into that poor Chinese guy trying to evade after braking way too late, or relatively way too late. So I'll take 11th, considering I was on the back foot the entire race. Short
Runner
answer.
Adegard.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, I saw you pitted early. But your pace seemed good.
Yeah, I would. To put it this way, my average race pace were about a second quicker a lap than the rest of the field. So not a full second, but shy of. So I think I could have taken that event and about 200 elo home, but it's racing. It's how it go. And there'll be more. So, How about you? You doing events these days, or are you just lingering and enjoying life without the frustration and all that stuff? I love the frustration, though. It's part of why I do everything. Let's see. Yes, I was meant
Runner
to do
Adegard.
thing.
I see. A bit annoying then.
Yeah, it could, to put it this way, I've had way worse races. It's just like, you know, me typical my typical response is to downplay and things. But yeah, no, it was enjoyable. It was a fun race. It was. I was surprised at how well behaved everyone were, except for two cars. And the my passing GT4 game has clearly improved in the regards of timing, like setting up runs on the exit of corners, getting
Runner
a little
Daviiiid.
slip and running.
I've recently joined Pitskill. Loving the format and practicing a lot for the Wednesday Elite race.
Yeah, no, Pittsburgh is a okay place to be. I used to race there a lot way back in the day, but back then it was fairly, the daily races and stuff were not very active, and it was just like racing the same people over and over again. And I
Runner
was in my early days.
You did. Why did you stop?
Oh yeah, and I disagreements on stewarding, a lot of it, and also like so. Let's say I was tired of some of the drivers, because I didn't work on my quali game, and I would always end up qualifying like mid back and further towards the back, leveraging my consistency and let's say aversion of getting into collisions and such to climb back up. So naturally I would then end up very close to a couple of drivers which were on the opposite side of that spectrum in terms of conflict avoidance. And I would find them up my ass all the time. And it just wasn't fun anymore. And the stewards were just like, I don't know. It felt like a boys' club to an extent, but that may have changed now that they have grown. I felt there was a bias towards certain drivers, and also the quick drivers were trying to mold the rule set to fit them more than everyone else. But that's it might be subjective, it might be salt, it might be things, but that's how I remember it. And so I figured, like, okay, if it's gonna be like that, then I might just as well do LFM, and I haven't looked back. But that is not to say that Pitskill is a bad community. I wish them
Runner
well.
Daviiiid.
I wish them well.
I get it. It's a small community, so it might get awkward really fast.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's not that I don't have much sense of shame. I don't give a shit. I just put things forth as I perceive them, and then people react accordingly. And you know, so yeah, it was just I don't know. I just kind of went meh. It's a good thing. Like, I admire the effort that the man himself has put in and managed to achieve with building a community. It is one insane task. So fucking tip of my hat to Mr. Terry. But yeah, I don't know. I found like the skill distribution, simply because more drivers were better on LFM. So even though I had to suffer through a lot of stupid and while getting my rank up to the point where I am in a grid where I'm surrounded by similarly ranked people, it was painful, but well worth it. So yeah. Also, I wanted to do more daytime hourly races, and those were just on Pitskill. It used to be like maybe 2-3 drivers that just were farming elo, or not. I think the cutoff was 4 cars or something. So like, just it was just tiny grids, and I was just like, fuck this. So I just jumped ship and became the thing, a part of the thing, which because I was like, LFM sucks, and it does in
Runner
rookies,
Daviiiid.
but
Makes sense. Pitskill is the second platform I've tried. LFM is so much better for daily races.
yeah, it's just a user-based thing. I mean, if LFM, if Pitskill, if people migrated to Pitskill, I wouldn't be surprised if it might actually be better long term in terms of racecraft. Grant that the rule, the code of conduct haven't basically just turned into mushy soup. I haven't reviewed it in ages. Yeah, I like to put it this way. Pitskill is the second most active thing that isn't just a collection of smaller communities, which then by which I mean SimGrid, and SimGrid events are just by and large dead, past the community hosted ones that are like nightly events, part of a series. Those are good, but the pickup stuff is it's pretty dead. Jim, it's pretty dead, pretty goddamn dead. So 2160. I'm gonna try to see what crop to FOV does to performance, along with cars at 100 and 100.
Runner Daviiiid.
No turbo.
Yeah, only heard about SimGrid. Seems dead, tongue sticking out. Runner Daviiiid.
Yeah.
What is ACM BTW? I think Kyalami is my favorite track.
Yes, Kyalami is a great track. ACM is one of the communities which host their endurance and sprint series on SimGrid. So like, if you find there's tons of active communities that are running their own events and series via SimGrid as the web portal, and then they host their own servers and stuff. So your mileage may vary per community in so far the quality of the servers go, but you have really super dedicated people who do crazy stuff like EOS. They run events with full course yellow in active and virtual safety cars. So if you crash, then you aren't allowed to return to garage. If you cannot get back to the garage, you are essentially out of the race. So while a car is limping back to the pit to repair, then full course yellow and a virtual safety car is enacted, and that aspect was rage-inducing in the beginning as
Runner
people were
Daviiiid.
figuring it out.
Hardcore racing.
Yeah. But once people understood how to drive in basically a traffic jam and started understanding what the Constantina effect is, it got really good, and the whole series it was great. And also their streaming was top notch. It was Italian commentary only, but they had like a dude operating the cameras and another dude collecting clips from the stream. So at the end of an event, even if it was 24 hours long, they would run like a clip collection with the commentary and everything at the end of the race. So it could be like a 24-hour stream, and then like 3.5 hours just of people going "Mamma mia, la 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 la," with crazy shit happening. So it's like there's so much good stuff on SimGrid, but yeah, you need to know what you're looking for. and just basically dip your toe into multiple communities and see what you like. Like I've barely driven
Runner
with
Adega
ACM.
Ard.
They're okay.
Haha, sounds awesome.
Like their approach to it is that they are bopping. They are using success bop rather than any bop from LFM or whatever. So like the more successful a car is, the more bop is assigned to that car to even out the grid. Not a super fan of it, but I'm just doing it to check it out, see what the community is like, and so far it's been good. The race quality has been good, and they also have like this. They have an app and a web page thing component to it where they have career mode, which is then tracking your stats sorta and doing similar things to LFM and pit skill, except they are using SimGrid as a springboard to get people signed in and expose themselves to the user base. So there's a lot of cool shit happening on SimGrid, and also AC Evo will be using SimGrid as their basically their online component. So, and I would imagine that the ranking system that they use will also be in play there. So if you do some events there every now and then, you might get a leg up on the competition. So far, your rating is concerned, rather than start from scratch. I don't know. It's just a thought, not something I can say with confidence is true. But altogether, I think, and yeah, I think, LMU people are
Runner
also
Adega
hosting
Ard.
LMU events there and stuff. So
Actually downloaded EVO today. Not tried it yet though.
yeah, don't put it this way. It is very much in the early days of development, but it's gonna be a thing. I just hope they don't neglect the people who actually care about, simulating the real world racing stuff, and it won't just be road cars doing battle on racetracks, which is fine. There's people who enjoy that stuff too. Like the AC community is filled with them to the brim. But yeah, my money is on LMU at the moment. It has a lot of quirks too, but I finally managed to get it to run smooth in VR and tame the FFB, which I'm gonna do a whole thing about. And it is, for the most part, goddamn cool, and I've finally ranked up to silver, so I can do the hypercar stuff now, which I plan on starting exploring next week after all this stuff is done. There's LFM Sunday, and then tomorrow it's the 6-hour thing on ACM. Yes, just gonna give me a second here. I'm just gonna nothing here, and off, and Kaz, and 100, and no anamorphic. Okay, so then we exit this menu. So on Monday I'm gonna farm LMU hard. I kind of want to play it now, but duty's call, so to speak. So
Runner Adega Ard. Looks like the actual racing in LMU is really good.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how, like, the physics is super nice. The only thing that's not super nice about the physics is how the suspension is, or how it represents rolling on curbs in the GT cars. It is violent to the point of painful. Like when I'm running with like lots of smoothing, but force feedback strength that feels satisfactory and useful, then it is the vibrations from the wheelbase actually is way louder than the curb sound effect coming out of my headset, and I'm not playing with low volume, to put it mildly. I've already wrecked my hearing in many ways, tinnitus and all that good shit, but I don't care. The point is, that part isn't great. That you have to run so much smoothing in order to tame that
Runner
aspect of the
Daviiiid.
signal to...
But you are using FFB for Grizzly Bears XD.
Yeah. But even people with MOSA R12s are complaining about it. It's like when you get into the 8 nanometer or newton meter territory, or cog bases, or cog based bases, or belt based bases, they don't have the power output to be affected by this to any significant degree. But when you have like basically a industrial motor, electrical motor, you're holding on to, not great, because like when I have to run smoothing at 7, and at that point everything's just so mushy. Otherwise, it's understandable. You get used to it. You learn to speak the dialect, so to speak. But I mean, when you have driven with zero smoothing on the road surface, and you know all the detail you are missing out on, it is to me personally very, very, very frustrating. But at the same time, it's just like it's a compromise, and I'm gonna be vocal about it and see if we can't have them maybe give us a filter option to mute the very, very, very quick oscillations which exceed a given threshold so far strength go. Because it shouldn't really be difficult to program that. It's just that their argument is that, oh, but there is no road effects or effects in general. All the FFB stuff stems from telemetry. And one thing that R Factor 2, and then by proxy Le Mans Ultimate, does really well is the telemetry and the simulation part, because they are in the business of like professional simulation, race simulation. Creating simulators as well, so far I understand. So that is like their whole thing. But at the same time, they also have a customer base which live in apartment buildings with people living below them, and they are fucking them over in terms of the potential experience that could be had simply by being very rigid or not interested in. So, and I'm saying that this is my impression so far by reading the forum threads and stuff, in actually accommodating this very specific need, which is not, it's not a small amount of the user base that is affected by this. Like if I had like a house, then and nobody else but me were living in it, or I could isolate the rig far enough away so that people wouldn't be affected by the vibrations which reverberate through my rig to the point of making my butt a little bit numb, because I can feel it through my ass when I'm driving across curbs at high speed.
Runner Daviiiid.
Essentially, I got a butt
Interesting.
kicker. But
haven't heard about this issue.
yeah, no, it's just to put it this way, like there's something special with the Porsche GTE. So if you load up the Porsche GTE and go on any track with like rough curbs such as Algarve, or basically any track with a lot of curbs, and then you just warm up the tires and then you just drive hard onto the roughest curbs. If you have anything past 8 newtons and you're not running it in super soft modes, like I during testing, while I was trying to curb or trying to reduce this effect, and over time it actually got to the point where my hand started hurting during one of the tests, so I had to let go of the wheel and I went, ow. Like it was legitimately painful because like the wrists isn't meant to be shook like that. Like it is literally detrimental to one's health, and it gets exponentially worse when you have like a past like such as like myself, where I used to skateboard aggressively and weren't a fan of safety gear, and I've fucked my wrists over more times than I can count. I'm shocked that I still have full range of motion for the most part.
Runner Daviiiid. Wow, I'm afraid of LMU now.
Yeah,
Gonna stick to ACC for a few more months at least, I think.
Yeah, now to put it this way, like LMU is in a good state. LMU basically it's all about just dragging the smoothness or smoothing value up high enough so that you don't feel like the curbs are trying to tear your hands off your wrists. And if you I don't like, it depends on which wheelbase you have. Like if you have 12 plus newtons, then you need to run like at least 3 or 4 smoothing. But the stronger the base goes and the more strength you allow the game to output, then the higher the smoothing must be. So it's just, and even with all the smoothing, arguably the force feedback isn't much worse in terms of clarity than ACC is. So it's just that the knowing that the information is there, but you can't allow yourself to have it present because then you cannot ride it on curbs. That is the mind fuck that is driving me to basically now be. I'm basically trying to exhaust every option I have to fix it and then publish. If not, then I will be filing a bug report with so many examples. It's gonna. I'm hoping it'll force some kind of reaction out of them, but not trying to put myself onto a pedestal or anything, but like it's ridiculous. It shouldn't be. So yeah, I'll just save this as 0.2. But anyway, like LMU and the weird part is
Runner
like the second you.
I like your attitude. You are proactive.
Yeah, no, like you could call it that, I guess. I'm just motivated by self-interest, such as everyone else, and I have the time. I have the time to essentially spend on it because I don't do much. So I'm gonna use that to my advantage. Oh yeah, I was about to say something, but I forgot what it was. Basically, don't shy away from LMU. Oh yeah, like get the base game. It's like 300 Norwegian. But don't buy anything else. You can drive pretty much every track, and you get access to a couple of free cars, among them the McLaren GT3 and a couple of GTEs, and also the BMW hypercar and the Chevy hypercar. So there's like you can play it for free, just exploring it without paying a lot of money for it, and then the whole thing is gonna turn subscription model eventually anyway, so I wouldn't buy the expansion packs now and then end up subscribing, because like the cost, there's 2 tiers. You can just subscribe to get access to the competitive hosted series or the official series or championships, or you can you can get the subscription where you also get the all
Runner
of the content included.
Oh, okay, nice. McLaren is my favorite car in ACC.
Yeah, you my people, Mecca for life, yo. But yeah, the second ultimate tier also includes all the content plus access to RF2 and all the content. And the difference in cost between those two is so small, it doesn't make sense. The only thing that would make sense is if you never plan to buy to do the championships, and they will never stop selling the DLCs and thus putting them behind a paywall in the form of a subscription, then it would kind of make sense to get the subscriptions, because then you don't have the yearly cost of to get access to LMU. But that is very much up in the air at the moment, so I've just bought the base game, and I'm gonna play the free stuff until I know this is something I want to do, and then I'll make the investment based on whatever platform I end up racing on. Or if the competitive stuff they are going to host themselves is interesting enough for me to pay like 800 Norwegian kroner a year to gain access to it. Otherwise, it'll probably be cheaper for me to buy the DLCs. But they may at one point just say, no more DLCs, it's all based on subscription now, deal with it. So I'm just gonna wait and see what they do. But at the same time, it is a fucking amazing simulator. Like, RF2 has always been super duper nice. Very good. Arguably the only, like, it just looked dated because, you know, it's old. But so far the sim aspect, I'd say, is better than ACC. The force feedback is better than ACC, but it has the same issues as LMU. So far, you need to mute everything.
I see. My thinking is somewhat the same. I'm waiting to see where the GT3 player base goes.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're gonna end up migrating to LMU. Either that, or they will end up going back to AC if the CSP physics end up rivaling the suspension model that is currently in ACC, because they are already surpassed. I would say AC has already surpassed ACC graphically, and since it's an older engine, it has less overhead, and therefore you can have way prettier graphics than you can in the Unreal Engine. Like Peter Bös's Pure mod and CSP combined with the RSS GT3 clone cars and VRS Formula Alpha cars, you actually have like and also the RSS hypercars. You literally have like formulas, you have hypercars, you have road cars, you have GTs that just have fancy different names, and you also have like all of the modability. So with better physics, a new tire model, and the beauty which Peter Bös has been able to squeeze out of the AC engine, I would considering a worthy competitor or a likely candidate for future things. And the rally community has also started expanding on the game and planning a web front end which handles all the mod stuff. So you just sign up, you get the mods, and then you get connected to a server. But that part is just on the drawing board. So I think like if only people someone automate all the manual bullshit you're put through in order to get up and running in AC is still could still be relevant. Considering the fact that everyone seems to be going for a kind of subscription or kind of grind to progress model, which is very much a diversion from what the sim community has been used to, or so far I can tell, want. I enjoy farming elo as anyone, but at the same time, just signing up for events and getting ranked based on pre-quali or historic data, such as is happening on SimGrid in the communities that are hosting stuff there, or on Sim Racing GP for that matter. I don't know if they are still alive even, but I think that's a better approach, because then I don't have to spend like
Runner
a
a Degard.
week to get access
Never
to
tried any
content.
sims other than ACC. But have to say I love the pricing model to Kunos compared to iRacing/LMU.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, if Kunos has always been that, like, you buy a product, you have the product. We give you the dedicated server software so you can host your own stuff. But now they are basically the wording or the response to the question, will we get server binaries? In other words, can we host our own servers? Then the response were, yes, we will be working with partners to host servers, and they will. So the server binaries will be available, but they put it in a way that was more or less yes, but asterisk. Not sure if we're gonna give it away to everyone. Only licensed partners, which is what I think will happen, and if so, that is a huge step away from what Kunos has been. And I mean, if AC Evo is just AC plus modernized graphics and physics and rehashed older cars to look more like the modern stuff, or updated to be more modern models, which is seems kind of like is what's gonna happen. Because like most of the cars which are released, or not most, but yeah, like the Abarth, the Ford, and stuff. That's literally copy pasted and spruced up, increased polygon count by increasing polygon count, and yeah, new physics. So I'm skeptical. There's just something that feels off with it. But at the same time, this is all speculation past what is observable. I'm not hopeful. I feel like they are targeting the Forza community, in a sense. Forza and GT7 are the customer base they want to attack, because they know that iRacers are basically just locked in. They're not going anywhere. Even though a fair few has migrated to LMU recently, which is interesting. But it's a whole thing. It's a whole fucking thing, and I think I could talk for days about it. So, and again, it's all opinion, speculation, nothing really. I can't confirm or deny anything. It is I'm just basing things on what I've heard the devs say and
Runner
publish. So
interesting speculation.
Yeah, so take that with a grain of salt. I may be as wrong as anyone, and they will launch with a full SRO contract and licensed cars from the current seasons.
Runner Adegaard.
And so on and so on.
Sorry for disturbing your Kyalami practice.
Nah, dude.
Runner Adegaard.
Like,
I've learned a lot though.
It's fine. Like, to put it this way, if I were in any hurry or need to do this, I would be hurrying. I'm looking for any reason to procrastinate, to put it mildly. I've already practiced a lot. This is just like last ditch attempt, and I haven't slept much, so I'm just like, meh. To put it this way, if anything, you are contributing to waking me up, so that is nice. Thank you.
Runner Adegaard.
Turn off FSR, and then I'm just gonna restart the game here right quick, and then see how this performs. Apply. Because yeah, the on speed mod, as I was ranting about earlier on, god damn, it's such a very performance game, but ultimately irrelevant unless you are in VR or using VR. So on that note, start ACC VR anew. But yeah, no, so I'm sat on the fence just thinking a lot, paying attention, and then if LMU plus driver swap equals events which aren't absolute shit shows like the RF2 Le Mans yearly Le Mans events, meaning the server component is stable, and if I can contribute to getting a curb rattle effect slider and therefore get the crispness and detail from the road surface, LMU is where I'm likely going, even though it includes a yearly subscription. I will own nothing, and the second they shut down the service, it is just a distant memory, or it'll become a thing of the past. But at the same time, that is fine, because there will always be the next thing. And I mean, I have the server binaries for GTR Evolution or Race 07. I have the game. I have all the replays and the liveries and the cars, mods and all the shit from 2012. And I have not touched it since 2013. So, so it's like, why am I obsessing about that part? I mean, nothing is forever, right? We are all transient beings, just, living the moment. But
Runner
it's just,
Daviiiid. How long have you been in sim racing?
not as long as it might sound, but I've always driven car games. My first real sim, I would say, was GTR back in 2000 and I don't know, 4. And then in 2006-7, GTR2 was released. 2005 or 2006. And then 2008, Race 07, which is basically GTR2 with licensed content and trying to emulate the BTCC and WTCC and the STCC series, so touring car stuff, were released, and I played that until 2012, and then I had a long break before I got into I also did some dirt rally and stuff in between there, and then I had a long break up until 2017. I checked out iRacing way back in 2008 up until 2011, but didn't like it then. Haven't liked it. I've tested it in 2017, in 2019, and now this year over Christmas. It's still the same shit. But yeah, the majority of my time in sim racing happened
Runner Daviiiid.
around COVID.
LOL.
And since then, I have so many hours on track, which just completely obliterates all the time I have had in GTR. GTR Evolution, which are thousands of hours. So I have a lot of experience, but there's also a huge gap in my resume filled with World of Warcraft, various Quake games, Battlefield, random shit. So yeah, I've been sim racing for most of my adult life, at least one can say, or since I was a young teenager, and I am now 40 something. So that is the story, the saga, so to speak. Okay, so I'm gonna just verify I am now in the thing, and
Runner Daviiiid. That's amazing, slightly smiling face, and I can hear you are still very passionate about it.
Oh yeah, I love it. I've always loved cars. I was the kid that would ride bumper cars at the Tivoli and avoid contacts and try to bait people into racing me. People did not understand what was going on. Eventually, I just like gave up and started ramming people, but
Runner Daviiiid. Ha ha ha, that's too funny.
Yeah. So I have this story thing. I tell myself that what I'm trying to do now, which kind of justifies all the time I'm sinking in it because I have the time, is that I did not realize it was an option to become a racing driver when I was young. I thought it was only on the TV. I did not connect the dots that they are people like us. And what I'm trying to find out now is, how far can I squeeze myself up the percentages? Can I get close to Alien before I can no longer operate a steering wheel? So that is what I'm doing. It's fucking ridiculous, but it is far cheaper and less risky and than doing the real thing. So here I am. And I am enjoying it. VR is fucking nuts. Let's hop on here. See what kind of frame rates we're getting. My god.
Runner a Daviiiid. Awesome. I'm thinking the same lately, TBH.
Yeah, it's something to pass the time with. Shit, this is fucking smooth and beautiful. Holy balls. Okay, so I just need to do one thing. I need to test with a large grid. So let's see, what is the most populated server here? Zolder. Sure, let's jump onto Zolder just to see what the frame rate is like. If it can handle... If I can... opponent's ability. If we just max that out, just see what happens to the headroom. Drops to 22, now becomes slightly CPU bound. That could be just resource stuff being loaded. And then maybe just go 50 sharpness. Yeah, then I can't see the dots. What if I just turn off cause? Oh, whoops. Just turn off the smoothing. Yeah, no, this still looks fucking good. I don't need cause. But oh yeah, okay. I see the frame rate tanking now. Now I'm CPU bound. Okay, so everyone is in pit. So then I guess if I drop it down to, what was it, 59 some percent, let's just go with... I need a calculator. 1 second. Oh, yeah, Dick, where are you? What the fuck? Why can't I see the calculator? Oh, there you are. Let's see, 2160 times 0.8, comma 8 even. No, dot 8. That is 27. No, 1728. So 1728. There. So yeah, it was just probably a pit thing, to be honest, but the CPU headroom is slightly concerning because there will be approximately twice the amount of cars. So I think I'll go a little bit lower And then restart the game just to see what the headroom is like, because if it's similar to LMU, then I should be good. And if so, then holy fuck. My sim racing experience is gonna change dramatically. So far the visuals go, because I've just gotten used to driving with like Minecraft graphics, and it doesn't bother me, it's fine. But if I can have smooth plus like almost native resolution type graphics, then god damn. Oh yes, Spa-Francorchamps. I'll jump in and do a Spa-Francorchamps before I run the tires, just to see. Okay, so now we are in poopy territory, but we are still within acceptable latency range, and it looks a million times better than it did before, so that is nice. Let's see, everything here is as it should be. Motion reprojection is off. Nothing here, nothing here. And turbo is off. And so on and so on. Oh, so CAS does
Runner
actually
Daviiiid.
let you scale, for sure.
I need a new PC to run LMU, I think. It's more demanding than ACC, right?
No. Actually, no. It is less demanding if you forego some of the modern graphic filters and arguably you can do some color correction stuff. Just increase the gamma and luminosity and stuff like that, and it'll look much better. But it is very much R Factor 2 at the core.
Runner Daviiiid. Okay, cool.
So like ACC is unreal and notoriously an engine to be notoriously inefficient. So if you just dial in the correct resolution and use up scaling via DLSS or FSR, and then put the graphics to reasonable settings, arguably it will be a smoother experience. But it's the whole like, will the server component be able to handle, say, 80 cars or whatever for an extended period of time, which has been the main issue with RF2. So I'm hoping that they've got that shit sorted, and that we have a bright future ahead of us. Yeah, this actually looks kind of shitty comparison. Oh yeah, do I have sharpening on? Sharpness is at 300, no wonder. Right, so and then we can use this to sharpen instead. And then it should look tons better. And is there anything else that might be negatively impacting me here? Okay, so, fucks. What the heck? Something is blocking my view over at the other monitor. What is that? Come on, mouse. That's the start menu, and now I should... There you are. Or there you were. Why? There you are, mouse. There's like one mouse for the desktop, and one mouse cursor for the desktop, and one for the... Ah, okay, I see what's going on. It's that silly goose known as ACC drive, which has spawned 2 HUD elements on the wrong monitor. So I'm just gonna move them over. So yeah, by all means, do not fear. What the fuck? Yeah, don't not do. How do I put this even? I don't know. Don't skip checking out R Factor because I'm obsessed with what's wrong or needs to change and so on. It is a great title in its current form. It just needs some TLC in order for it to not be painful or run poorly. Because yeah, it will, like the way they've spruced up the graphics, like 3 generations down the line worth of upgrades, it's gonna look gorgeous and it's gonna run just fine. But for the moment, the effects are either poorly optimized or just way overkill compared to our current hardware without any upscaling applied. So let's just go full tits here. And I mean, I have 90 FPS and all of this is okay. And I haven't missed anything. So, okay. We have a reasonable settings, but we also have some weird squares floating about. So let's see if we can get rid of them. They are not... yeah. This feels fuzzy. So if we then just eat that back to 100, now it does not feel as fuzzy. However, it is those fucking things. But we also have anti-aliasing, which could be applied, which should take care of some of it. How about KTAA? Yeah. We put anti-aliasing to epic. Latencies are still good. Still looks kind of like there's not a huge difference. And the headroom, still good. Okay. Let's just do a lap and see what it feels like. By the way, can you see my thing now? Let's see. Nope, still not visible. That's good. R5. Load, and it is 22, 30, so we'll just go with it. So we need to drop the temps by the the pressors by a PSI to 24.7, 24.9, 24.8, and 24.6. Chuck in some fuel. Let's do a 16 liter run, 17. And then see how this thing floats. I would imagine better. But we will have to see when we are in a race condition.
Runner Daviiiid. Is this public lobby?
Yeah, it's just gonna do a race start or maybe even just do the race and then do the tire thing. It is, I don't know, the most populated server I could find, which was Spa. Interesting. To see, yeah, I can read the dash now. That's
Runner
crazy.
Daviiiid. Found the server.
Cool beans. And oh my god, this force feedback feels so weak now. No wonder I've been sweating over the last couple of days.
Hey Godwin. I have similar PC parts as you, but I can't see far into the distance in this game. Are far objects blurry for you?
Not anymore, but before I had to run at settings which were horrible, yes. Right now I'm just... there's... which headset do you have? I guess I should ask first.
Hey Godwin. Quest 3.
Right, I'm no expert in Quest 3s, but... how have you set it up? Just so I know what I'm talking to here, or where you are currently. Like, are you using open composite? Are you cropping, running lower resolutions, and upscaling, etc., etc.?
Hey Godwin. There's a lot of settings. I've tried cropping.
Yeah, no, the only way I'm able to get Sims to run smooth.
Hey Godwin. I get lots of shimmering no matter what I do.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're kind of forced to run with very low resolution and upscale a lot. Probably using, like, if you have NVIDIA, you're probably using DLSS. If you have AMD, you're probably using FSR.
Hey Godwin. I have a 7900 XT.
Ah, right, okay, so you're not starving for resources. What kind of processor do you have?
Hey Godwin. 5800 X3D and 32 gigs of RAM.
Okay, cool. And you're running the memory at what clock? Like 3200 or 3600 or higher?
Hey Godwin. Yeah, 3600 for RAM speed.
Excellent. So it's, I would assume you are aware of the 1-to-1 ratio between Infinity Fabric and the memory and stuff. So that is an indication I don't have to put down too many pillows or explain too much.
Yes.
Right ho. Okay, so assuming your machine is in good order and you don't really have performance issue in general, what I've found with ACC, okay, another question, do you use Open or XR toolkits?
A god one. I think I've tried it, but may have been before I got a new GPU. I can run all games max at 4K with my PC, just VR performs really bad.
Yeah, VR is especially taxing, and the higher the resolution you have on each display or your headset, which the Quest really, it has like high resolution. You gotta think of it like you're asking the game to render what is normally one image for a regular game played on monitor 2 times from 2 slightly different angles to provide one picture for each eye, right? So that plus it being close to like 4K-esque resolutions means that you are asking your computer to do almost the impossible. So you gotta compromise somewhere. And it sounds like you've gone far down the rabbit hole in order to get to the point where it's smooth, probably trying to get it to run at like 1-to-1 ratio with your VR headset's refresh rate, which I believe is 120.
I can get smooth frame rate, but the image quality is bad.
Yeah.
It looks like aliasing.
Yeah. So right now what I'm watching is not the same thing you're seeing, but at the same time what I'm watching is so much better than the thing I used to drive with. And what I found with the old version of the OpenXR toolkit is that the the FSR implementation is very sensitive to latency spikes. Like you see the app CPU, RDR CPU and the app GPU values. If I can keep them at or below 8, preferably below, then everything is smooth, because there is no queuing and the engine is never dropping frames, or end up dropping frames because queuing or operations not being able to finish in time, therefore discarded. So it's all about like making sure that nothing about your machine is in a state where it's like, ah shit, I have to abandon this task in order to move on to the next one, to keep the simulation moving forward. So you have a couple of ways of going about it. With OpenXR Toolkit, a guy named Onespeed has recently made a modified version of the DLL, which makes that basically is the thing that is injected into the API chain even, and give you the menu and all the features in order to more efficiently do scaling and more or less eliminate the need to do upscaling altogether with things such as FSR or DLSS. At least in my case, I've just completely dropped it in LMU and I'm running solid 90 FPS at what I would call near native resolution. But there's also something to be said for ACC. The second it's not running at native, it gets kind of fuzzy. So it's not crisp and clear, but I mean, you see the car ahead of me, it's more than a blob. I can see the 2 yellow stickers on the back, I can see the spoiler, I can see the shape of the car. and when I'm driving, none of my focus is going towards, ah shit, this looks terrible. So it's like if you're expecting to drive with 1:1 resolution, I'm sorry, but that won't happen until a couple of years, at least, worth of hardware development. So you gotta compromise, and it always comes down to the resolution that you are trying to push through your machine, or ask your machine to generate and push to your headset. So what my perception at the moment is upscaling technologies, they create a shit ton of shimmering, because it is basically an algorithm guessing which pixels should be, or predicting.
Yeah, my visual issue is the edges of the track are shimmering, so it makes it hard to see breakpoints. I will try turning FSR off and using OpenXR.
Yeah, so like I can show you what I've done. Like I've just I'm using 4/5 of my native resolution at the moment, but not really. The resolution is actually higher than advertised, but I just went with 2160 by 2160 times 0.8 to get the value 1728, so that I am like in a divisible number, a whole divisible number of my actual resolution, as to avoid pixels which are basically aliased half pixels, because that's what's causing the shimmer. That a pixel isn't a pixel, but a average of one or more pixels. And when you have an algorithm guessing what the pixels that are missing should be, then you get excessive amounts of shimmering. So I've opted to not do upscaling altogether. I'm just cropping the FOV, and then this trick here is basically it reduces the FOV, but then it blows the image up to the native resolution, and then applies some math magic to it, so you don't get like distortion artifacts as if you're looking through a fisheye lens. And then on top of that, you can use you can set custom, and then you can do the resolution per XY, like just make it more slender or narrower, so it's more like you're looking through a helmet, and thus gain a fair 10, 15, 20%, depending on hardware, performance gain just by doing that. And then after this, whoops, I'm running out of time here. After this, then I chucked on CAS and set sharpening to 100% to bring crispness back to the image. And currently, on the game side of things, I'm running 100% resolution scale in the game's video settings, and also 100% VR pixel density. So right now, there's like the engine is outputting an image which is not scaled down. The image is only scaled down by OpenXR lying to the game about what the resolution of my headset is. So this is about as crisp as I'm gonna get it without any weirdness. Okay, so I'm CPU bound at this moment, so I need to do some trickery. But that is fine. So I am guessing that, oh shit, fuck, sorry. I clicked the pit limiter button for some reason. Oh, yeah, we can see now then that even in a 30-car grid, with all cars visible, hello, and the settings set fairly conservative, like, yes, there is kind of shimmer, but not the same kind of shimmer you're describing. It is more just like pixels being drawn being scaled up in the sense, oh for fuck's sakes, public lobby, I forget. Like, you could call it a form of upscaling because the algorithm is stretching the image, but it's not recalculating the image or like doing a upscaling algorithm thing, which makes a small amount of pixels become a bigger amount of pixels to be one-to-one with your with your display. It's more like running a lower resolution on an LED or on a normal monitor, but without the added latency, because the monitor is the thing that's stretching the pixels, which it is ill-equipped to do. And therefore we have technologies such as FSR and DLSS. So, to me, this is a massive visual upgrade compared to what I was driving before. But back to the ACC engine, it does really not, like, it doesn't look as half as good as LMU or iRacing.
I think the upscaling stretch is what's going on because other settings don't affect it.
Yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely, like, yeah, and so it's just like understanding the difference between an image that is upscaled versus an image that is essentially just, in lack of a better term, stretched. One has way more shimmer than the other, and it's all about the AI algorithmic guessing game about what should be where there is no data if the pixels are laid out on a grid which is one-to-one with the panel's resolution, to give the illusion that it is native, while in fact not being native. Or one-to-one with the panel's resolution. So like, this approach is interesting, and it is effective, and it is better looking than FSR or DLSS, but at the same time it's not as, it doesn't give the same, it doesn't look as crisp in this game as it does in iRacing or LMU for some reason. And that reason would be the post-processing stuff, which is arguably on, even though there's no option to toggle it off that I am aware of. It's just how the engine does the render.
Hey Godwin, I agree racing looks better in VR.
Yeah, and that's just like because they are using a older method to do the render, where there's less bullshit in order to regain lost performance, because Unreal Engine is made for Fortnite, more or less. So ACC is kind of at a disadvantage there. You need to run higher res in order for it to look as good, but then you will be sacrificing performance. So all you can really do is exploit a few mechanisms. If you are CPU bound, then you can...
Hey Godwin, VR is great for drifting, but regular AC has the same shimmering issue.
Yeah, then I would say that it sounds more like the methodology you use in order to achieve the end goal of smooth. Maybe. Because without Open Composite and without Open XR and the absence of Steam VR, then you are at a severe performance deficit, simply because Steam VR is in the API chain, and you are using OpenVR, the OpenVR API, instead of OpenXR, which is vastly more efficient, less overhead, and so on, and therefore more performance, which in turn allows you to run higher settings and higher resolutions. So I would like really make an effort to get the Open Composite DLL in a functioning state, along with Open XR Toolkit, and not just Open XR Toolkit, but also OpenXR toolkit with honest speeds. I can drop the link in the chat. Or if you look in the description, I have a Discord thing going where I'm trying to consolidate and hoard VR people in order to, with the end goal being, I want a comprehensive guide that isn't full of bullshit and voodoo and actually applicable, and also learn in the process of creating such a thing.
A Godwin.
And you'll find the links
So I need
there.
OpenXR and Open Composites.
Yeah, like, as you are a Quest user, OpenXR is already kinda in the bundle. Like, it is primarily based around the OpenXR algo. It might have its own DLL, which makes it possible for ACC to do OpenXR natively, but I don't know. I don't own a Quest. So I can't answer that question. But essentially the important part about Open Composite is that it allows you to completely skip Steam VR. So if you are now starting ACC and you end up with Steam VR launching, then I would guess that all the performance benefits one gets from Open Composite is not part of your equation, so to speak. Because like, it is a massive difference just switching from running OpenVR via Steam to OpenXR directly to Oculus Home or virtual desktop or whatever you're running. There's just a huge performance boost there alone, which allows you to be able to see cars at a distance, because while they are not super detailed at a distance, I am able to identify what a car is at the end of the straight here for the most part. So yeah, if you join that Discord, there is like a notepad thing forum where I've started writing things, and I also have the first draft of a rant in a video where I explain what I'm... Oh no! Oh, I didn't see that one coming. What the fuck? Where I explain why I'm doing things, which settings affect what, and so on and so on. It's much better if you consume that rant to the extent it's possible than me rehashing it while driving. And also, there's links to all the things I've mentioned, including the on-speed modded DLL. Wow, loose butt. So yeah, to put it this way, right now you're watching OnSpeed's modded OpenXR composite, OpenXR toolkit, use the crop to FOB function, and I'm running resolution scale in game at 100%, I'm running VR pixel density at 100%, and high texture details, pretty much everything else low. With all cars visible at 100% LOD. And probably a bunch of other stuff, but it's like, yeah, there's so much that goes into it. Which is why I want to do the whole write down things, because like I get people dropping in here almost every stream now, asking how come smooth and you can see things. And it's not that I mind answering the question. I actually enjoy the process of answering the question because it helps me refine the answer. But it's gotten to the point where the answer is becoming so complex and full of if and then and else statements, it is borderline impossible to just answer the question in a meaningful way for everyone, because some use Oculus Home, some use Virtual Desktop, some are on Picos, which I have fucking no idea what they are using. Most are getting forced through Steam VR or think they need it or feel they have to use it because overlay applications and blah blah blah. So it becomes like a uphill battle where you kind of have to convince people that, hey, if you forego all these creature comforts and use this other thing, then massive performance gain, and then we can work from there, and so on and so on. So it's like a complex, but yeah, I would say Open Composite, OpenXR Toolkit with Crop to FOV and CAS to regain sharpness of the image. And then at that point, if you have gone so low on the resolution that it's starting to look smudgy, then I would consider like dropping what you're asking the software to do in the form of generating a lower resolution image within the resolution that you are in, which will then offload or remove some of the workload for the CPU has to do, because everything starts on the CPU in terms of generating the work that the game renderer and the GPU acts on. And then if you can lower that to a point where you have headroom, then you can increase the resolution. And because computers are weird, it will often look better than if you are running 100% resolution scale in game and at a lower resolution. So there's like a lot of weird things you can do to get it to run. Like for instance, I used to run FSR at quality mode at 100%. But with render scale and VR pixel density at the lowest values, just for there to be the work that the CPU and GPU had to do is less, and leverage the FSR upscaler. That allowed me to then increase the resolution which the engine is rendering at, and all over I got a better picture and it stayed smooth. But when using FSR, you also get the sensitivity to latency spikes, so the frame drops feel 10 times worse than the frame drops you get when you're not using FSR. So it's like a whole fucking thing. Because yeah, like if you think about the basically, if you use OpenXR Toolkit's FSR, then it's happening on the CPU. If you use FSR, then it's being handled, the game engine FSR, if correctly implemented, it should be happening on the GPU. So like, if you're using the upscaling through FSR, you're essentially having the GPU render an image, which is passed back to the CPU, which is then upscaled, passed back to the GPU's frame buffer, and then pushed out to you. And that operation is time consuming and very sensitive to if the CPU ends up in a spike in its workload, which then in turn ends up increasing the latency for that operation to take place, which in turn upsets the whole process of getting the image to your screen, to the point where the GPU is like, nah man, this frame is already so old, I'm not even gonna pass it along to the headset, and drop the frame and you get a massive stutter. So it's like, it's a whole thing. I'm just shocked everything is working. So yeah, I would recommend, since I'm gonna do this just casual thing, just to keep an eye on the latency stuff, and then see if it is likely that I'll be able to race with this tomorrow on a 60-car grid on Kyalami. Then I'm gonna run some focused laps on Kyalami, so I will not be doing much tech support at that stage. But if you join the Discord, there is a bunch of crazy people like me in there. Some of them are on quests, some of them are even on Apple, the Apple VR headset. So there's diverse support to be had there if you just ask. We're not many, but the people who are there are for the most part knowledgeable and will, as far as I can tell, jump at the opportunity to help out because they just showed up here and started giving me tips, so we are kindred spirits in that sense. And heck, maybe you can even contribute by documenting your experience with the quests and ACC. And also, yes, Honestspeed actually published a video the other day, the ultimate performance
Just
guide for VR.
Just downloaded and installed both programs. Gonna try it out.
Yeah, just go to YouTube, or you're on YouTube. Search for Honestspeed.
I can definitely help if you need.
Search for Honestspeed, and I think he published a video 11 or 12 days ago, named something like the ultimate VR performance guide for ACC or something. And considering that he made the thing I'm now obsessively promoting, I would not be surprised if he has a shit ton of excellent tips that I haven't even considered. And I could very well be playing with shittier graphics than I need to, but I haven't had the time to watch that video yet and absorb it and test his suggestions. So for all I know, there might be a very comprehensive guide out there already, which I only learned about yesterday. I'm literally that new to the concept of, or 2 days ago. That's when I was informed that this mod was released 2 weeks ago and is the hot shit in VR user forums at this moment in time. So again, it's not just OpenXR Toolkit. In order to get these gains, by all means, you get a lot of gains simply by Open Composite and OpenXR Toolkit things, but the massive gain, which we now also have, is Honestspeed's OpenXR Toolkit's modded DLL. Without that, you're where I were a week ago, accepting Minecraft graphics, while I'm now racing with something that it doesn't look as native as LMU does for me currently, but this looks so much better than OpenXR or than my previous configuration does. And I see that I'm a little bit CPU bottlenecked at times, but I can tune for that. Like, for all I know, just toggling on FSR with all of this, like the games FSR, not the OpenXR FSR, because that one is just massive stutterfest when the CPU chokes. The games FSR is far less, it doesn't create the same stutters. When you stutter, it's just like a minor inconvenience that you barely notice. While if it happens in OpenXR, then you kind of want to just not play because it's painful. But OpenXR's CAS and not using it to scale, but simply use it for the sharpening, because it is just a sharpening filter that is able to lie to your machine about what the resolution of your headset is. It does wonder for the clarity at an extremely low latency overhead. And even though I had some GPU bound messages earlier, I noticed the frame drop, but it wasn't unsettling. I didn't feel like I was repositioned in time and space because there were no information available to be shown on screen. So it's a complex issue, my friend, is what I'm saying. But you can have nice things, even though the VR headsets are way overspec compared to what our hardware is able to keep up with at present. I mean, arguably, like, if you have a 5090 or even a 4090, I mean, don't buy the 5000 series. Fuck the 5000 series. Protest. Wait and see what happens to the pricing in a couple of months if you're gonna get a better GPU. Or at least see what AMD's strategy is. If they basically release a 4080 card with 24 plus gigs of VRAM for the price of a 5070 or Ti at the price which it's supposed to be sold at, like between $400 to $700 somewhere, then holy balls, get that. But do not motivate Nvidia to keep escalating their fucking price gouging, such as they have been doing for the last couple of years. So it'll just hurt everyone in the long run. It's like telling a rapist that, yeah man, I'm fine with you raping me. You want some? Yeah, you can have some. It's a horrible analogy, I apologize, but it is, I don't know how to put it into words otherwise. It's like ridiculous. The whole situation, the whole GPU market is ridiculous at the moment. And I hope AMD doesn't just go Nvidia minus $50, because then fuck AMD. Then Intel is our last hope. But the second they have a major breakthrough, I guess they'll just do the same shit as well, because companies are greedy by nature. That was a failure of a setup. Yeah, like there I got a GPU bound message, but it was just one single dropped frame, not a series of 6 to 12 micro stutters, which kind of throws off everything you're doing. And that is the power of not passing shit back to the CPU, which is already overloaded. Okay, so that was actually not horrible in terms of the performance. However, I do wonder. What is the effect of dropping... Oh shit. The resolution scale back to 81, I think I settled on earlier. Dropping the anti-aliasing to mid again. And then leaving pixel density as is, because it's just the CPU that's struggling. Then we get... This is basically Shimmer City, because I've now dropped the resolution scale, which is then output to the machine here, quite significantly. And it doesn't seem to have had any effect. So, then we know this is unlikely to be part of the problem, so then it must be the
Hey
VR
Godwin,
pixel
that's exactly
density.
what I see.
Yeah. So then the other option we have is the VR pixel density. So if we drop that to the lowest value of 70, and then we keep an eye on the CPU headroom, we should get a little bit more, but we clearly do not. But I am in the pit now, so it's like halfway not valid comparison. But also it is a good stress test, so... Okay, so then we know both of these alone, even with resolution scale being dropped to less than 4/5 theoretically, but potato, then we will see what FSR does. So we chuck that on, and it is now using 100% resolution scale, which might sound nonsensical, but there is something weird about scaling technologies where latencies just drop because they are there. I'm not sure what causes it, but it is what I'm observing, and it is fine. I don't need to know everything because I'm getting old. So if this has no effect, let's see, FSR enabled with custom here, which means, and sharpening 100, which that means resolution scale here is what you will be scaling up from. If we just apply it, and rather predictably, very little happens. It takes a little while for things to adjust and settle, and the values are about the same. So then if we... Now we have like a super crisp, weird, pixelated image. If we then drop the resolution scale, then we should see overhead dropping, increasing. And we have CPU latencies, which should be sub 8, but yeah, it's still working on things, redoing assets, engine things. It'll settle eventually. There we go. So if it stays like this and stays close to 8 or below, seems like it's still doing things. Wait, is something running in the... Oh yeah, of course, I forgot to shut down all my background services. Let's see, let's do that and see what happens. On the CPU headroom side of things, should settle. If it spikes past 8 again, then something is weird. Yeah. Okay, so let's see who is gobbling up my actual utilization. Nobody. So then something is choking out the working, or the thread which it's running on. No threads are choking. So Fascinating. Okay, so let's then do a combination of the two. Because there is also the last thing, where the Unreal Engine struggles with more than 20 some odd cars. Because now this just looks like shit, right? There is absolutely no reason why this should cause the latency to go this high, considering the reduced resolution and the reduced render scale and the reduced VR pixel density and the fact that there is a upscaler in between here. This is illogical. So that simply means that I cannot show all cars at the same time. And I believe 21 cars where the threshold, where the engine does not gag on its own workload, but it seems to continue to do so. So then there could be a case where ACC simply just is not super great, even with on a speeds thing. I mean, it's better than what I was using, which was no toolkit and just FSR in game from a visual standpoint. But when stutters occur, they are super annoying. Okay, so let's just say we keep 100% here and we turn off FSR to eliminate that computational step, and then we go back to 100% pixel density, and then we get out of the menu, and latency seems to have started sucking a little bit less. Headroom is about the same though. And I don't see any indication that utilization is the problem. It is simply the operations which the engine is trying to perform, exceeding the capability of the processor, essentially bottlenecking itself in the processor internally. Because the processor is a fancy little computer of its own, with its own little three different types of memory and a scheduler and things. And if that gets overloaded, you won't see 100% utilization, but you'll still have the effects same effects as if it was reporting to Windows that, hey, I'm working at capacity. Because Windows doesn't really tell you that, hey, the queue or the time it takes for an operation to be performed takes this long, and therefore queue, and therefore operations ending up being late and discarded by the thing which is producing light for your eyeballs. So this could be kind of like, if I go here, could it be that the menu is negatively affecting things? No, I'm still getting CPU bomb messages. That is interesting. Okay, so maybe I'm just in territory where the resolution is still too high. Okay, so then what if we do the custom thing, and then okay, so 27, 28. Okay, so resolution X. Wait, does this change live? Nope, I need to restart. Okay, so we just set everything to 27, 28. And then Ah, yes. Okay, so... Fuck. I'm thinking about this wrong. Drop the FOV. And then... do this. And then we try a restart. Just to see what it does. It's gonna look like ass on screen probably. Stream even. But if any, all of this is doesn't produce any desired outcome, then I'll just drop back into my previous configuration and get on with tire testing, because yeah, I'm sort of running out of time. But let's see what this does. I don't particularly mind running with a visor, so to speak. Yeah, that did fuck all, so I'm probably using it incorrectly unless we just start a single player session to see if the render... Yeah, no, it's just now I'm just getting less pixels horizontally. So this feature is not the thing I'm looking for. Off. Okay, so what if we do that? Just turn off this. And then we go back here. Oh shit. Follow show expert, yes. And then we do... Oh yeah. Okay, so I can't actually interact with the field of view thing. Weird. Is that because it's not on custom? Nope. I need to read the manual. Okay, so if we then go back to this, and let's say we just go with 80% of native, just because I can't fucking be arsed doing the whole thing with the calculator, and then we just start single player grids with rain to stress test. Nope, not gallery, single start. Okay, so we start race. It's really like... The point of the exercise is like, how can I eliminate what is perceived as the absolute worst stutters? If I can't really tell that it's stuttering, does it stutter? Like now it is for sure stuttering, but I am also running at ridiculous resolution. This is as close to... This is like... This looks as native as I've ever seen it before. Or in a long time. But the frame rate is absolute dog shit. So, how long does it take for it to... Oh, there. Oh, yeah, okay, that's a me-sized gap. How long does it take for it to settle? If it doesn't by now, then it's unlikely to. Okay, so then, can we do anything within the scope of legacy? And boop. So these settings, AT high, low, low, disabled, off KTAA, enable custom 80, yes, and pixel density 70, mid off, disable very low, 80% LOD, disable 100, neutral, yeah. So, okay. All of this, Gucci. So then the question becomes, like, is this better than what I... Oh, fuck you. Hey, why are you being such a dick? Does this look better than running native? Arguably, it does not. But in a start grid situation, what is the performance like? Is it 90? If so, can we then increase things in game to make it less shit than it was? If so, awesome. If not, revert to previous settings. So now we're at 80. So clearly, this is still an issue. But usually if the stutter would be unbearably at this point, unbearable even. Okay, so I think at this stage I am better off just reverting to my old config in order to get the job I set out to do done. Okay, so this is identical with my previous config. So I'll just bob out and turn off OpenXR toolkit and get on with my day, and then explore this later. Because it's getting late and the race server opens in 11 hours. So, let's see. Toolkit. Yes, admin. Move to this screen and then turn off for AC2. And then start AC2. Just to get a visual comparison. At native with no magic injected into the pipeline, and FSR at 80 and VR pixel density something. Because by all means there might be a scenario. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. There might be a scenario, fuck's sakes, where OpenXR toolkit simply does not jive well with ACC, and in which case we are limited to the tools that Virtual Desktop or Oculus Home are providing us in terms of cropping and using the game's settings in order to get to a point where things are acceptable. In which I would believe you are way better equipped to achieve better fidelity than me. So, yeah, arguably at the moment I have no performance indicators, so I'll be going by feel. In this configuration, the trick is 80% resolution scale. I run high view distance and then low and disable everything else. I use KTAA for anti-aliasing or multi-sampling. FSR enable custom so that the resolution it is scaling up from is this with 100% sharpness in order to bring as much crispness back into or retain as much fidelity of the image as possible. And then effects low, lowest view distance on the mirror, 60 frame rate on the mirror resolution as low as possible, only 22 cars visible. I think that, yeah, this is the threshold I identified would not fuck up frame rate even on Nordschleife. 70% pixel density, 107% virtual to real scale, depending on how you perceive the world as a brain. Materials quality mid, which is the lowest setting. Bloom quality off, volumetric disabled, foliage very low, and car LOD quality at 80%. HLOD enabled, advanced sharpen filter disabled, motion blur disabled, depth saturation 100, and the rest is preference. Yeah, the biggest performance gain is pixel density scaling. If you have NVIDIA, which you do not, but just as a general mention, you want to use DLSS. You never want to use TAA, always KTAA, no anti-aliasing, because it's redundant when you are already using a upscaler. And yeah, as low as you can go without dropping below 90 solid and above 8 to maybe 10 milliseconds of latency. Cap to 3 to 5 FPS above your headset's resolution as to not have the engine do work it doesn't need to do, and if you could put it at 120 or 90, then it'll actually be capping reduce in a way which results in an average which is significantly below, and therefore you're not getting every frame your headset can give you, granted that your machine can produce it. VSync disabled, preference, voodoo, suspicion. I don't like the thought of VSync, even though technically VR headset always has some form of sync. At least it's not the stupid legacy sync, which tends to introduce a lot of input lag, and so on and so on. So, without further ado, welcome back to my previously smeary, but it's okay. Oh, yes, I forgot to mention the saving grace. This bitch, which is grayed out for some reason. Oh, yeah, of course. No, this shouldn't be grayed out. Why is it grayed out? If I do this, does it change anything? No. Ah, yes, of course. It only works if you're using FSR via OpenXR Toolkit, but that is a stutterly shit show, so yeah. 100% sharpness via FSR or DLSS is the way to go. In any case, if this is smooth, then I shall tolerate it for now and do the things I set out to do. This feels smooth-ish, a little bit stuttery, but if I can survive the start, everything that follows is hardly an inconvenience. And yeah, this is way smoother, so I think OpenXR Toolkit maybe and ACC might not be best of friends, but it could be that I'm just doing something horribly wrong. But for LMU, oh my god, it went from shit to cream in an evening. But yeah, this is perfectly okay. I can drive this. Even on dry tires. Yeah, so I'm currently gonna stick with what I know, but I suspect that next week will be a mix of LMU and trying to get the toolkit and crop to FOV working. So then we are at 28. That is too high. Let's see, what did I have in my sheet? Because the thing I'm mainly curious about is the setup and projected pressures versus the thing, but then I should start running dry so I know that the pressures are okay. Yes. Reasoning. So then we jump onto the ACM server. For which X9 is the latest. Looks sane, looks sane. I'll drop that to 10 laps. Wait, X9, X8. Yeah, both of them are the same electronics, so this is the latest. So we'll do, just started at 5299. 10 laps, fuel and strategy. We're looking at 106 liters. And then I want to experience the transition point. 106, that is 53, 4 liters a lap. No. 2 liters lap, so 63 plus 3 laps. Nice, 72. I'll do 72 liters. Fine. No, it's not. Oh my god. Please tell me I've sent over the right setup to these guys. For fuck's sakes. If not, then oh no. No. Ah, phew. Ah, the latest setup. Good. I forgot the sorting in ACC is stupid. Or it's not stupid, it's computer sorting, but yeah, 1 and 10 is grouped. So yes, okay, there we go. With 110, so we'll do 106 and 72 liters, and we'll do that, and it's 24 degrees, and this is for 2020, so then we drop by, no, we drop 4, yes. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we check with the sheet for 24, which is 24,972, but this is his pressure, so mine are 7, 6, 1, 0. So they are slightly different, so I'll just try these out. Plus 1, so that is 8, 7, those are correct. But I should be 5-2 here and 5-1 on the rear right. Okie dokie. And the stint length maximum is 38, 37. Let's just stick it to 38. And then give this girl a go, see what's up. Yeah, right now it's like, it's not super crisp, but neither is it smeary. There's not a lot of shimmer. And when the green flag goes green, is waved, it is like being here. Even though I do miss the sharpening, which then makes me ponder, what if I don't do anything past add CAS? Will that make my computer sad? But at the same time, I really don't have time to explore that aspect, so I'm happy as it is. So long it is smooth and competitive, all is good. Oh. Oh, shite. Alright. I need to recalibrate, that is for sure. Okay, so the force feedback. I need to make it more like LMU apparently. So drop smoothness. Detail. Wheel rotation speed. And then 75%. Angle is correct. Options, controls. I think I'm gonna add some road effects in. And then add some dampening. Just to take out some of the curb rattle. Let's go with 30%. See what this feels like. I'm probably gonna end up adding road effects now. So, the curb. Oh, I can barely feel them. That is hardly an inconvenience, what the fuck? Okay, so let's just see what the maximum looks like, if I will be scaring the neighbors or not. Oh, sorry mate, didn't see you coming. Feel some grinding, which is annoying, but I barely feel the fucking curbs. It's so weird that now... Okay, there they are. Okay. So, then we chuck some dampening in. That was not my intent, but okay. Oh, fuck's sakes, guy. It's weird how quickly you get used to things. No, I don't want that fucking light. Still a fair bit of rubbing going on. And these are flat curves, I guess. Oh shit. These road effects are way too strong. Okay, so options, controls. Maybe 50%. I'll just do 50 across the board. It's weird. It feels weird. Okay. There's nobody near me. So and explore to my heart's content. That isn't gonna piss off the neighbors. And it's nice and heavy. Yeah, maybe it's gonna piss them off a little. So the question is it the road effects or is it the lack of filtering on the bass? I'm prone to believe it's the road effects. I never really liked them anyway. And if so, I can probably just turn off the damping. At least dial it down a lot. And increase the force feedback strength. The dampening needs to go. It just feels heavy and mushy. So let's try with 0. Okay, so here we need to allow the feedback detail to get through on the driver level. Feel that I was on the curbs now. Yes. That is much better. There's no smoothness. That's at 80. There you go. Now we're in fucking Kyalami territory. Giga heavy wheel. It's weird how quickly I adapted to that. It's insane. It still feels weak, even at 80% and 50 in game, which is basically max output without compression and no clipping. Huh. Might be a tad strong at 88. It doesn't care about cheetah at all, does it? That is hilarious. Okay, so there's a lot of... Okay, so 80, I think 80% is the neighborly thing to do. Maybe open up the wheel rotation speed by a click or two, and then just add like a smidge of road effects. And finally review tire pressures, because they were not suited for this setup. Which then means drive okay, so if I want 5 all across, that means 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then we'll just do half fuel, just see how it feels. Plus 1 lap. 2 laps to get going. And also, I do wonder, does the McLaren thing also work here? Yeah, well, fuck it. Let's scare them a little. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16.
A Godwin. So 1 speed's DLL might be what fixed it. I now have 0 shimmering. FSR is off. That made it worse, so I have no upscaling. Oculus is at 0.8 x 0.5 FOV multiplier and resolution is maxed out. Think.
Nice. And it's smooth? If so, then I will be on the lookout for second-hand 7000 series stuff. My 6900 XT is starting to get a little bit long in the tooth.
A Godwin. Yeah, better than before.
Nice. Good shit. Feel free to write down what you did in a short, doesn't need to be a comprehensive guide or anything, just like short form what you did. It would be nice to add to the reference library thing.
A Godwin. I also tried drifting in regular AC and it's butter smooth.
Awesome. That makes me happy.
A god one. Where do you want me to write something?
Just throw it in the initial drafts channel or something. Basically anywhere, then I can have a look and see how I can incorporate it, and of course credit the author. What's interesting is basically what headset do you have, what hardware do you have. Doesn't need to be like make and model, but just like, is it a 7900X DX, 5800X XT3, how much memory, clock speed on the memory. If you're if you're bored, do include your timings. But yeah, just whatever you can be arsed writing really in short form to produce the result you got. The more people that do that, I intend to like ask the ones that have come in to do the same. And then we have a basis for comparison, and then cross-pollination will start happening, and then hopefully at the other end a beautiful VR baby is born. Which makes it better for everyone. Rather than all these separate forum threads with infinite layers of discussion obscuring information, the actual actionable and useful information. Oh dear. I think actually, what if we just go balls to the wall with the preload? Full on 300 Newton, what happens then? And also, what happens if I... where is this thing now? If I put road effects back to 10, and then chuck rotation speed back to 0, because that was actually better. Now that I've gotten used to it, or gotten strong enough to fight a gorilla that is where the rear has stepped out. Oh, look at that. Oh, I was expecting it to step out, then it didn't. Okay. See what we can do with this thing when we get used to it now. Oh. Oh shit, that is way more grip than I was expecting. I've gotten so used to just flooring it now in LMU because the electronics are so fucking, let's say they are restrictive compared to this game. Insofar you can really dial them in to just be on the edge of not helping you, as here it's just like either we'll help you a little or we will help you way too much. So you're forced into one setting, sort of. So I actually have to be on the back foot with my throttle actions. Fuck. There's so much grip in places where you don't expect it.
Hey Godwin. Okay, wrote out my settings on initial drafts channel.
Nice, thank you so much. I will of course mention your username and whatever you wish if it ends up getting moved. You will be referenced as author, so that you will get all the questions about Quest 3. I have fucking no idea. I'm sorry. I'm trying. What I'm trying to create is basically a horde of people who understand hardware and tune hardware for performance or latency, or at the very minimum stable FPS, and you sound to fit the bill. And yeah, there's at least 4 other guys that are like, they like me they can spend more time just tuning for latency values rather than actually playing the game, and enjoy it possibly more than playing the game itself. So if you're that kind of nerd, you might have stumbled into a gaggle of like-minded peoples. And I promised myself that if it ever gets to the point where it ends up becoming like just a streamer Discord, then I'll create a gated off area so that the nerding may commence.
A Godwin.
And the rest of the
no
drama
worries,
can
thanks for the
fucking commence.
OpenXR suggestion. I think I didn't download it because Meta says it's already running it, but it seems like downloading it in Open Composite made a huge difference.
Yeah, it's basically what it could be. There is, like, so far I understand, a argument that sounds something like Meta is already based its entire stuff around OpenXR, as opposed to OpenVR and then having the option for OpenXR. And the problem with ACC is that it doesn't speak, in lack of a better term, it doesn't speak OpenXR natively. So it needs a translation layer, and that's where the Open Composite DLL comes in. So if you haven't done anything with the crop to FOV or whatnot, then it may just be the case that replacing the OpenVR DLL, which comes with ACC, with Open Composite, then making it able to speak to the OpenXR API on Oculus side in OpenXR, has had such a dramatic effect on in regards to how much more efficient it is to speak, that you are now having less problems. However, if you did make changes in OpenXR toolkit's in-game menu, then some credit, of course, can be attributed to that. However, it may also be the case that the tweaks Onespeed has made to the OpenXR toolkit's DLL makes that communication from ACC to Oculus's end of the API that much more efficient. I don't know. It's all just like, all of this is hidden from me. All I can see is latency values. And for LMU, it had a spectacular impact. Like, literally fucking revolutionized the performance. I could run much higher level of detail in terms of texture and the number of cars and the quality of the objects, the amount of trackside objects, and so on, compared to when it was already speaking natively OpenXR via Open Composite to Windows Mixed Reality, which is my version of Oculus Home or Virtual Desktop for you, to the point of going from massive stutters all the time at shit resolution to now be running close to native with super high fidelity. So it's always interesting to me when I fire up this shit in ACC and I'm just met with like, nope. It's actually worse than the thing you have now, which is basically just OpenXR, Open Composite, talking directly to the Microsoft Mixed Reality's OpenXR runtime, and is vastly superior. Even though I'm just using the tools in-game, specifically FSR and downscaling to 80% and pixel density at 70%, is better. While the same thing in LMU sucked, except all of that had to be done in OpenXR's toolkit. So it's so much confusing, it's hard to even keep my tongue straight when I'm talking about it. But there is no one size fits all solution, I guess is what the takeaway from this rant should be. So whatever works for you, what you feel is smooth and what makes you happy and not pissed because micro stutters and reprojection type stutter and crap. Awesome. The more information we can accumulate about how to get there in more titles with more types of hardware, the better the thing I hope to produce over time will become. And it's not me going to like make a video
Hey,
and
Godwin,
become rich of it or anything.
I haven't changed any settings in OpenXR. Should I try anything?
I would recommend to see what if you go to the second to last tab before the like over where you find crop to FOV, enable crop to FOV, and then see if you can use that instead of FSR to just reduce the resolution until you don't get stutter anymore, and see if the picture you're left with is crisper. Because that is literally what I did with LMU. I used no scaling at all. I just dropped the resolution until it was smooth and the latency values never peaked much past 8 milliseconds. And then I found that I had so much headroom on the GPU and CPU that I could bump up settings, graphical settings and effects severely.
I am cropping FOV in Oculus debug tool. No FSR either.
Okay, yeah, no, okay. So then, so if you're already doing that and you're not doing FSR, then you are exactly where I am with OnSpeed. So that is good. If that works, by all means, save that profile or make screenshots or write it down so you know exactly how to get back there. You don't want to rediscover the wheel. Priority 1, profiles and documentation is key. You kind of already written down things, so that's nice. But, just make sure you have everything so you can get back there and not me resulting in wasting your time, because that is one of my life goals. I do not want to waste other people's time.
Yeah, it's in your Discord now.
Yeah, so then I would with the test to see if maybe OnSpeed's stuff is quicker to do the same thing compared to what you're already doing in the Oculus debug thing. Because the one thing that OnSpeed's thing does is literally it kind of tricks the engine by reducing the FOV, like what you should be seeing, and then scaling or then increasing the resolution again to the display's native. So you're kind of downscaling, but you're still outputting an image that is native resolution. And the really clever trick about his changes, so far I understand it anyway, is that he has rewritten the algorithm, which basically makes the world feel like the world and not like you're looking at the world and you're not looking through a fisheye lens, which is
How do
squished.
I open the Open Composites settings? Is it done in game?
Yeah, while you're in game, then the default buttons are listed in the Open XR Toolkit's application. So if you start up the Open XR Toolkit application, then it will tell you what the buttons are. It's basically Alt or Control and F1, F2, F3, I think, where F2 maybe is up and no, there's 4 buttons. Anyway, there's 4 control buttons, like left, right, up, down, arrow keys type thing, and a modifier to use them. But just open up the application, you'll get it. I don't have to explain it to death. I'm sorry. I'm a weird person. I am a very, very weird person. Okay, so we are It's 1 a.m. and these pressures are not good. So 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2. And then...
A Godwin. I see it now. Was looking for settings in the software window.
Righto, righto. Yeah. Yeah, no, it can be a little bit confusing, all of it. And I forget that you don't see the overlays, because I was demonstrating this in ACC while on the SPA server. But I forget that Open Composite, this version, for some reason, only draws what is rendered, not the overlaid GUI stuff. So you didn't see any of that. It dawns on me now in hindsight. So, yeah. You'll find the crop to FOV stuff on the far right hand side of the in-game overlay.
A Godwin. Oh yeah, we can't see any of your settings windows.
Yeah, I don't know why it's happening. It's just some versions of the DLL doesn't do it, others does. It's probably just a setting you can toggle on and off, but I find this more convenient because then I don't have to really disable the HUD to not have the HUD plus the bar at the top, and it looks better on stream, and I always drive with the HUD off anyway, and if I forget, then blah 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 blah. It's just a whole thing. Ignore me. But yeah, to put it this way, I would recommend go. You already found the download link to the Honor Speed mod. Watch the video, and then like, subscribe, just write some "yay, awesome" or whatever in the comment, just to boost the guy in the YouTube algorithm, because fuck, this guy is low-key genius level, deserves every bit of attention and boost he can in order to get his shit spread out to the VR community in general. Because it took me 2 weeks to receive this news that this existed. It was a guide who just fell into the channel here and like, hey, have you tried the Honor Speeds thing? I was like, what? No. So yeah, just go spam his channel with like, subscribe, blah 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 blah, and then you go into his other videos, and then you find the guide which is specific to ACC in order to see if there is anything you can pick out of it that might make things even better. That is on my to-do list. I just haven't had the time to do so, because in the thumbnail it seems like he is covering most headsets. He strikes me as like a super VR nerd with deep mathematical, what's the word? He knows his shit, to put it that way, when it comes to math and physics. So I would say watch that video, because it looks like there were like all the different types of headsets that are worth having in the thumbnail. So it wouldn't surprise me if he owns a lot of them and is able to test for a lot of them, and has thus documented things and made this video, which might contain more than just generic advice that may not apply to everyone. So that is more speculation on my behalf, but it would not surprise me. I felt something when I just skimmed through the the video about the mod, and I'm not sure what it was, but it was kind of erotic. It was like weird. I was like, yes, I like this person. This is my people. Okay, so now I have that sorted. The temperature is still dropping, so I'll just add one back in just in case. And then we'll go shoot. Oh yeah. What if one less arrow? Or one less ride height even. Yeah, no, fuck man, VR, oh, it's so good. I just can't wait until we get computers that are able to run our headsets at native resolution with need for no bullshit. Just straight up plug in, start the game, set every setting to ultimate, and just play and be below 4 milliseconds on all important metrics. I hope I live to see that day, because that day I will be permanently attached to the VR headset and likely only move to sustain my body, and probably looking for ways to just like inject food straight into my bloodstream and figure out a way that I can shed the things, do the biological things without really needing to move. Like, for instance, make a toilet out of the my seat and then just attach a tube to my penis. And then I can just sit here and be hydrated, fed, while living in virtual reality, because fuck the world and everything in it, except those who develop this hardware and software. And people like us. I am not interested in interacting with it in any way, shape, or form at this present moment in time. And I am happy. Truly, I am happy at this moment. Despite it all. That was one weird-ass fucking thing to say. But it is true. Every single fucking word of it. I know I'm describing like a dystopic meme cartoon image, but literally, if I could live in that state, it would be what I want. If I could have a chip implanted in my brain right now that replaces my vision with the output of a machine that is providing me with a world which is not our current world. Oh boy. Wouldn't even hesitate. Reality is bullshit. The geezers have fucked it up. Nothing really matters. We are pleasure-seeking machines with a limited time span to experience pleasure. So why waste it on mundane tasks? That is forever a mystery to me. That we accept this version of reality that we are being sold from an early age as the only way. Okay, so it's a lot more steppy out, you know. Oh dear. I think Nathan may actually be onto something with the maxed out preload on these heavy, overpowered beast machines. Oh, wait. Okay, so what happened there? Is it the inside spinning out or is it both? Difficult to tell in the dark. Looks like it's the inside. So if it were both, it would be a more gradual transition. No, not set up there. Okay, so let's go with that then. How far can I drop the rake until it gets understeery? Oh shit, okay. Cold tires. Curbs. Not the best combo. Yeah, this is a lot better. So let's see. What happens when we carry actual speed? and then try to just drop the rake further. See if it does anything to the turning. It still has plenty of turning. Tires should be in the window now. Oh dear. That might have been heard below. Doesn't even give a flying fuck about the cheetah curb. That is insane. No. Okay. Oops. So, engineer says -1 across. This is 6 average peak. So, we can go up by 2. That is insane how much more you can use the rear. Okay, so what if we drop it by 2 more? And then add some damping just to not piss off the neighbors. That's the 20%. And drive. And then do a few load tests to verify. Didn't do much. Okay, so it's that is simply just, that is not affected by rake at all. That's just this car's absolutely insane amount of torque. Okay, so what if? You never know until you try. And also, we want a fair amount more damping. Let's go with 50. That's closer to. Okay, understeer is starting to show itself a little bit. Yeah, it still kicks here, so that's just a feature. Either it's gotta be solved by electronics or not being as aggressive on the throttle as you touch the dip at the top of the crest. Okay. So it reacts to it, but not like every other car. kicks. It's while you shift the short time the clutch is engaged and then comes back in with low TC. It'll just kick. that was that's 14 liters, so 15 liter for quali. It's 5 laps. 0.8, 3, 6, 9, 12. Oh? What? How do I get 5 laps out of 14 liters? This rate. I guess I do. Alright. I can run 8, so that's 13.5. 11 liters. 12 liters. Let's try 12. And then just the pressures. Chuck one more in there. Tempted to go one up. And make the rear a bit more rigid. And then the quali run and see how it works out. Then save this as quali and then load up and see if it holds true with full tank. There we go. That's a good stallion. Oh shit. Interesting. Still same moody bitch. If you floor it too hard. Okay, so I think we're at a point where we just have to call this a quality setup. So then, this is X13, Q13, 22, 22. Save. So then we just have to load her up. 2.82 liters, 2.82. 2.85 is the projected, so we're well within what is needed. So 106 liters. And then try to do a stint-ish. At least feel out the tires. Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 8, 9, 2. This is why the heck not. Oh yeah, I forgot to check. God damn it. Yes, correct pads. Oh, whoops. Oh dear. What the fuck happened there? Oh yeah, my rears are well loaded. Let's see. So the tire wizard proclaims minus 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Try to drop the rear by 1. And the final run before testing against hot weather. Oops, that's that big of a difference just from one click. And what about 65? Oh, this is gonna be the end of me. One, two, one, two. At 11, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 3, 6, 1, 4, 1. Yum, 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 yum. Options, controls. More dampening to keep the peace. Doesn't really help, does it? Oops. Fuck. Wonder if that guy's confused. 360. This just makes every other effect feel pretty mushy. Road effect 0, damper 0. Still in my rear right though, I haven't burned it that much. Oh, god damn it. Options, controls. $50, let's see if that's the magic sauce. Jesus. I haven't changed anything past. Playing with the force feedback stuff. I guess maybe the track isn't optimum anymore. Yeah, no, it is. Just need to warm these bitches up. Oh yeah, I dropped the pressures, of course. So the air is a lot more soft now until they get up the pressure. Crazy. Oh, that's late. I lost too much pressure in the fronts. So I'm scrubbing the fronts less, I guess, is the thing here. Plus one only? Oh yeah. So 7, 5, 6, 7, 7. Oh yeah, no, remember now. I also reduced that. Thing. Oh, I've been on old tires. That's why I'm struggling. Yes, old grained shitty tires. No fucking
The
wonder.
loan was. Haha.
Hello. I keep checking what the wear is and then forget to select the new tire set. Alright, alright. Oh yeah, I could check. Just remember to... So 4, 5... Okay, now this is irrelevant. I just select new tires, give it a run, see how she holds up. I was thinking, like, am I that tired? I was doing like high 41s, and suddenly the car felt like
The
mush.
loan was. Hehe. Remember, when pattern is gone, you have slicks. Not bad before threads making sparks, tongue sticking out. The
Okay.
loan was.
Indeed.
Haha.
Oh shit. Desktop things and driving.
The loan was. I tried F124 again today. And holy moly, I'm not as fast as I was. Been too much ACC. Tongue sticking out.
Yeah. Getting back into it is... Doesn't take long though, but it is for sure a transition. Let's see. Where's that fucking mouse bastard? That's what I'm wondering. So I want to see the tire app. That's the start menu, and now there should be a virtual course. There it is. There it is. I need to drag this further down so I can keep an eye on it. There.
The loan was. Indeed, I feel like the pedal work are way faster than when I drive ACC. The lone was.
yeah.
Or have to be way faster.
Yeah, no, it's a completely different discipline. This is one click too low, right? Maybe. It's really nice through here, but costing me everywhere else. Then again, tires are not fully up to pressure, so let's wait and see. There we go, a little bit closer. Right. That was the outside wheel spinning up. Oh. Ah, too late. There you go, good horsey. I have a theory. let's see. This was set 15. The worst part is the tire wear is pretty much goddamn sweet now on the rear. I can't help shake this feeling that the rear has become more unruly the less camber I've had. Or not necessarily unruly, but just more steppy outy. And slower because steppy outy.
The lone was. Or as you use fuel.
No, it's more like a overtime thing. This game has always been a little bit weird, like just max out the camber and the more grip you get, but you also get uneven tire wear, which should be worse, but really isn't, so I don't know. It's just like some fucked game thing. Ah shit, I'm on set 15 again, ain't I? Yep, I'm on the old set, but that's fine. They weren't worn. In the sense they were shredded, like drained and unhappy. Just a little bit long in the tooth. And if I'm faster on the same tire set, but with more camber on the rear, then that makes sense. The rear is more grippy under load or under high speed. Lets me point the front more. Christ. Maybe I'm getting a little tired. Just a tiny bit. That is on me. That is on me. Okay, so what was the state of these things? For
The lone was.
Crazy.
You are tired or at least unfocused, tongue sticking out.
Yeah, it's fucking 3 a.m. But also, let's see. Oh, tired. Seems the temperatures has dropped again. So that is probably also contributing to the whole thing. So let's say 1, 2, and 1, 1, and 1, 1, 1, 1. Now we're starting to actually look like tires pressures that belong on Kyalami. Ah, fuck's sakes, grab a new set. Now, I'm gonna haul the last bit of consciousness out of my brain interface, and but yeah, also could be force feedback related, as I've muddied the signal a lot as to not piss off the neighbors. Okay, so I'm gonna baby the tires up to pressure and temp. And then eat it with a glorious 101 liters on
The
tank.
lone was. Haha B. Can they hear the wheelbase?
Oh dear, the vibrations it makes on curbs. Like this, it's bad enough in this game. In LMU, it's like, oof. To put it this way, I can feel it in my butt. Like, the whole goddamn thing shakes so much. It reverberates. Through my seat to an almost uncomfortable degree.
The lone was. Think you have them too high, tongue sticking out.
What the fuck? So the only change here now is that I've actually changed this.
The lone was. My curb settings are usually 1 to 2.
Yeah, I don't have any specific settings for curbs. I have damping, the effect of force feedback, how lenient the base is to yield to me acting against its will. And in the game we have road effects, damping and dynamic dampening. And road effects are 0, dynamic dampening 100, dampening 50. But I'm running the base at 80% and the game at 50, which is basically it's just like a clean signal out of the game without compression, so far I understand it.
The lone was. Damn, that is high.
Yes. Huh. Interesting, so actually... What is it that I was reacting to here then? It must have been a misconception. Yeah, 'cause there's way more grip now. Okay. I'm fine with it. Fucking bump, man. Keeps shifting for me. I'm resting my fingers on the paddles, and then a bump comes and boop, car shifts up.
The lone was. Haha, no resist in the patties? Only
Oh,
magnetic?
Plenty. It's just the forces which are acting upon my body. Guess one could say I'm maybe just about not being able to press the paddle when I enter one of the most loaded corners on the track, which then is enough to make the paddle.
The lone was. I want to
Actually,
upgrade my rig to a band, but don't know what to settle on. Fanatec, or Simucube or Simagic.
Fuck Fanatec. Simicube is for the rich. Simagic makes sense. Price-wise compared to what you're getting. It is actually ridiculous how much value you get from those things. A word of advice, stay away from hydraulics. I would get the P1000 rather than the P2000.
The lone was. Don't say that out loud, my DD8 nanometers heard you. The lone was. Haha, what?
because it takes longer to depress than it takes to lift the foot off the pedal, and there are no springs pushing back that you can change anyway. Arguably more pressure, but then the pedal becomes
The loan was
rough to
filled it
operate
with
over
syrup.
time. No, it's just physics, man. The liquid needs to return to whence it came. And with springs you get much firmer response, or
The loan was.
quicker response.
It is a reason that it is connected to the engines in real life, tongue sticking out.
I suppose so. I mean, they're great. They're great. The P2000 is a great pedal set, but had I known, like you can see it on my curve, like when I transition from brake now, that is me being off the throttle fully and the pedal following as I am already halfway through pressing the brake pedal. So you can see there's an overlap. So I have to lift then press in order to like create the response I really want. That was a little bit exaggerated. Oh fuck. Forgot to pay attention to the road. God damn. I can show you when I'm just sat here. So like I press it, immediate response. I release. It looks like a straight line, but if I go this and then transition to the brake, you see there's a strong overlap. And that is actually me being fully off the throttle as I initiate the brake.
The loan was. I would think that it would feel like a cell sensor. But only without the springs. Just surface to surface and just pressure.
Yeah, but the pressure that resists you need to return, like the liquid that you squeeze into another chamber now, it needs to return when you're no longer pushing against it, right?
That graph looks so good.
So the time it takes for the liquid to return the pedal to the zero position isn't moving quick enough. And I can increase the pressure. But for some reason, that just makes the hole is made narrower.
The loan was.
So the return, it's harder to press against, but it doesn't suck it any quicker. In fact, when you increase the pressure, the return, the speed at which the pedal returns to zero is actually longer. So you have to kind of run it at its minimum resistance, and it's very comfortable. It feels good, but with spring, my shitty TLCM, the Thrustmaster load cell thingies, I could do this and this, and this would basically be the transition as I'm lifting up and getting on the brake. It would be just a straight line down from full throttle replaced by a straight line up
The
more
loan
or less
was.
by the brake.
Increase braking dead zone plus 5 face with tongue.
No. It's like with some timing you can get it pretty right, but then you see there's a significant gap forming between getting on and getting off. There, roughly. Like this. That's like, there's a perfect overlap. And you see the big gap where nothing is going on? That is time where you could have been on power while you are transitioning to brakes, meaning loss of time. So while hydraulics, it adds to the immersion. It's really nice having like strong springs resisting you, and in addition you have the whole like there is liquid there. It feels very like a car, but from a technical and pace perspective, I would say that springs are superior. Just straight up springs and load cells. It's like you have to wait and then get back on and wait and get back on and wait and get back on. Otherwise, it looks like this strong overlap in the center, which is fine. Like it's just the car handles just a little bit, but still, even when it's perfect, then there is time where nothing is being, like you're not going forward, or you're not building speed or maintaining speed, and you're not braking. There's just the transition between the two. And if you then change the equation, meaning you start braking before you lift off in order to get like an immediate replacement, then you have a much greater time where the two overlaps, which can potentially translate to instability unless you're compensating for it, which is just weird. It doesn't feel like in a car. I would imagine that the response time to when you're coming off quickly, the pedal just like follows your foot like a spring.
Can you replace the valve or nozzle that sits between the chambers to one with bigger hole?
Probably, but then the throttle pedal would become just too soft. And it's already very soft. Like, if I were to pick, I would run it stiffer, so that I can be more accurate with my input. Because you see it's kind of shaking, because that's just my foot being spastic. I can't like make nice transitions.
Aha, so they are connected with the fluid somehow? The lone was.
No, the
same liquid for both pedals?
I would imagine it's oil. Just run-of-the-mill fucking oil. It's like, you see here, like with the brake pedal, while it's not perfectly smooth, because I'm not running them super stiff, you can see that like when I'm lifting off, it's a much more controlled line, right? But with this, it becomes like steps, because it's my foot kind of like lifts off a little bit quicker sometimes than the pedal wants to follow it.
The lone was. I would think there is possible to do something with the return to hinge on the brake pedal fluid, tongue sticking out.
It's like literally everyone.
The lone
that
was.
Is.
How about active pedal?
Yeah, probably something that's helping pushing it back. Once it's detected that there is no force acting upon it, sure. But it's like pretty like there's a reason why housing coils aren't hydraulics. And there's a reason why most people who are high level drivers recommend not going for hydraulics. I just didn't know any better, and I thought hydraulics was the bomb, and I didn't do any research, and I had money, so I just like, yep, okay, I'll just splurge. And then I saw my input graphs, and I was like, what the fuck, why is this? And then I tried to increase the stiffness of the pedal, and I realized that it took even longer before it returned to zero. The higher pressure I need to push in order to get it to do what I want it to do. So I would go for like anything but hydraulics. Like, this is me like legit transitioning. I lift off, and then from my perspective, I lift and I push. And then there is that psycho overlap.
Damn, Pro Shop have campaign on simulator stash. D.
Yeah, I heard they'd gotten hold of the round wheel stuff, the add-on for the normal wheel that Simagic recently released. But if they have a campaign, then I'd check what's up over at simracing.no, because they probably price match and then some. If not,
The
then
Lone
a
Was.
phone call.
Why is Simucube and Simagic so alike in design?
Because Simucube is a Danish Danish engineering company, and Simagic is a Chinese copycat. Clever engineers for sure, but I mean, Chinese shops generally don't give a shit about patents or copyrights or nothing like that. So, and they have a cheap manufacturer and blah blah blah. So you get a lot of money, a lot of value for your money by there. But if you wanna, if you have the cash, then there's an argument for Simucube, but the whole ecosystem is super expensive. So and also, like, it's the maintenance aspect of it. Like, these things, they tend to start leaking after a while, and then you have to replace the seals and refill and blah blah blah. So it's like just a ticking time bomb.
The Lone Was. I'm still with Thrustmaster TLCM pedals.
Yeah, if you have a rig that keeps them in place, I mean, they're as good a load cell as any other load cell in terms of load cells. It's just like the quality of the thing. It can only handle up to so many kilos of force before the plastic thing, which the screws go into from the bottom, starts snapping. So
The Lone Was. 100 kilograms.
Yeah, or they say. I wasn't using 100 kilograms when mine snapped on the inside, and I got a very old pedal situation. So
The Lone Was.
it'll hold.
Been looking on the Finatec V3 pedals though, don't know yet.
Yeah, no, in general, I don't know what'll happen now that they've been bought by Corsair, was it? But Fanatec build quality, design, electrical design fails, glitching,
The Lone Was.
disconnects.
I want more torque in my wheel first, and with a company with nice ecosystem.
Yeah, and I to put it this way, like, if you historically and from my own experience with the teams I've been driving with, everyone who has had a Fanatec wheel have had some issue plaguing them, which they have been unable to resolve because their support has basically just been like, nah man, nothing wrong here, for like months and months before they finally, okay, send it in and we'll have a look. And then they're like, oh yeah, okay, that's fucked. And then they send you a wheelbase and it's not even new, it's just a refurb. So like, I wouldn't put my money with Fanatec at the moment at all. Like, I didn't go for anything else, literally anything else. In terms of value, they're not really
The
that
Lone Was.
competitive.
Oh yeah, hope that's getting better with Corsair taking over face with tongue.
Yeah,
The
one can
Lone
hope.
Was.
One can hope.
Moza seems to go hard into sim gaming.
Yeah. But if it's like if you're gonna buy an R12 or an R15, then you are so close to a Simucube 18 Newton meter base. So
The
it's
Lone
just like,
Was.
if you're buying
Nah.
because
Must be more.
Yeah, so like if you're gonna go,
The loan was. I want 20 plus.
yeah, then you're in Asetec, Simagic, and Simicube territory by default. Fanatec is just excluded in my. They don't exist to me at this stage until they can prove that they've got their shit together. I don't even acknowledge them that they exist. They're not even part of the equation. So it's like Simagic is the budget. You get so much more equipment for your money than is reasonable to expect. Asetec is like...
Hehe. Pisses me off that they are the F1 Esport sponsors.
Yeah. Asetec is like the iPhone of sim racing.
Or that Esport use them exclusively.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit. Or not like bad. I don't mean in a bad way towards you, but no. that is marketing. Asetec iPhone, expensive, ridiculously expensive, even though it does the same as Simicube, which is like the mid-range stuff, but the ecosystem as a whole over time gets arguably equally expensive to that of Asetec. It's just like the entry point is cheaper. And then you have Simagic, which is just like, hey, we're gonna fuck over the entire market by undercutting everyone and likely, allegedly, copy-pasting a few things. I can't prove it, but I mean, yeah. To put it this way, like, to get to the point I have gotten, I have had to spend an absurd amount of money, and I dare not imagine how much it would have cost if it had been Simicube, or even worse, Asetec. So, meanwhile, there might be, like, merit to Simagic being trash tier off the top, and then the prices reflect the quality of the equipment. But I see no evidence to support that the lifespan of a Simagic base is lesser than that of any other base, because they are all, in essence, just electric motors.
The loan was.
Repurposed.
I hear you face with tongue it is going to be insanely expensive. I want to go motion also.
Oh, dear God. Yeah, now, just... If the quick boys word mean anything, none of them drive on motion rigs, because it's just a gimmick. It adds nothing. It interferes with your ability to keep the wheel in check in a way that is unnatural. Like, if you think about it, like when you drive a car, you have G-forces acting on you. The car is moving about for sure, but it's not just the car moving about. You are resisting forces which do not exist. So there is quick people using motion rigs, but by and large...
I can see that. Face with tongue, how many of those yo-yo drive with are using VR?
Not many. So that would be my quirk. Like, arguably, I would have maybe a competitive advantage, or be better equipped.
BRB. Los Ascaret is coming for a quick hello. Tongue sticking out.
Crazy. Give him my best. Give him my best.
The loan was. And yeah, I feel VR are quicker. At least those time I get it to work.
Well, yeah, Alec, there's the argument that I would probably maybe have a competitive advantage compared to a VR driver if I had a 240 plus hertz display rather than 90 hertz displays attached to my face. But then it becomes like I want the immersion more than I want that tiny little competitive advantage, and I don't know if that translates to being equal or greater or lesser than having a motion rig. But one thing is certain, I don't think I would be able to cope with a motion rig and VR. That would be too much.
You think? I have 240 hertz.
Yes, of course, because you don't have to render the game world twice. You don't have to render a sphere around you. Therefore, you get more performance, less latency in the whole render thing. And then the fact that you have the GPU pushing 240 frames at your face means that you are closer to real time than having to wait for all those milliseconds in between the 90 frames you do get for more information. Like the frame I see is essentially from the past, further back in the past than the frame I would see if I had a 240 Hz display attached to my face. And that is not insignificant, but neither is it like the end of the world. It is just a fact that the quicker the display, the closer you are to real time, because the next frame is always newer than compared to a lower panel. And it's like with any shooter, you know, the closer you are to real time, ideally, like if you take Quake 1 for example, you can run it at a 1000 FPS. Even though you're not ever going to see those 1000 FPS, there's always 1 frame per millisecond available for the monitor to draw. So therefore, the response you get while from moving the mouse feels much more responsive than a game that is, or if you cap the same game to 240 Hz to have 1 frame available for every draw that the monitor is able to do. It's just the fact that it is there the second it's like the nanosecond the monitor is done with the frame means it'll get to you quicker for some weird reason.
The lone was.
And that's why you don't play with
2 SEC.
sync
I'm taking up my headset
and shit. It's just weird, like same panel, same mouse, cap the engine to 240 Hz, and it feels much more sluggish than if you kept the engine to 1000 FPS, which is the polling same as the polling rate of the mouse. It's weird. It's all very weird. In theory, it shouldn't matter, but to me, it's like I can feel it. Not so much see it, but I can definitely feel it. God damn it, why am I still up? I need to be relatively ready at 11 a.m. But it's like I know there's something, just a small change I can make, which will make this horse of a car just a little bit less of an asshole. I also suspect that this track is dewy, because this doesn't really feel like the same car anymore. Okay, so I'll save this and hop onto my dry daytime server and do the testing there before I inevitably throw in the towel. Okay, so there, and then I need to, oh fuck's sakes, what did I do now? There we are, there. Hello, Daylight. Nice to see you. 25, so load currents. That is 5 down. And then, same fuel. I'm like, why not 3.0? And also, why not just a little bit less preload? Maybe the outside wheel spinning up becomes a thing of the past. Wow, driving in daylight is so weird now. Oops. Yeah, I think that track was dewy as shit. Oops, too much throttle. Didn't fully lift off. Come on, get in. God damn it. Invalidated bug me. We're getting there. Oof, that short shift cost me everything. Fucking hell. I'm missing 0.5, god damn it. Where is it? Probably here. Minus the short shift. I wonder, is it in the one click I took out of the rake? Also, what the fuck is going on with my headset? I need to sort that out at some point. Sound keeps cutting out on the right ear even. So, that was tire set, what the fuck? 12. How did the rears do? 0.3 and 0.2. And on the front, we got a difference of... Yeah, the fronts and the rears are in harmony
The lone
now.
was back, off he went.
Okie dokie. Really? 2.9? Can that be true? It's like the less camber I have on the rear, the more grip I have on the rear. Which makes sense, because you're using more of the tire, but I mean... It violates the basic principles of this simulation. I am shocked to find these things to be true.
The lone was. Lasse said hi.
Hey. Hi. So, the last thing I'm gonna do, drop the thing on the butt one more, increase the rake on the rear, and then add 1 psi to the fronts, or 0.1 psi to the fronts. And then this has to be it, because I need a nap before getting into the ring, so to speak. Oh. Limit was down. Under pressure tires, man. Gotta love it. So squishy. I don't know. Alright, give me those 0.5, god damn it. Okay, maybe not yet. This car is so fucking weird. drifting too much into not in the literal sense, but god damn it. Give me the McLaren or give me death. Fuck. Well, 42.0 on full tank. It's not horrible. It's not horrible. But it is annoying. I just can't seem to find that last missing piece that just makes this car nice and settled and harmonious, rather than this fucking rampant asshole I'm currently dealing with. Tire wear on set 2. On 3, 2, 3, 4. 4, 4, 5. 4 across. So it's still not wearing evenly compared to the fronts. Which is fascinating. Fascinating, man. Okay, it's just as a project. If we then, since the rake doesn't seem to contribute anything to the rotation of the car, how about less anti-roll bar on the rear? Which I may have misconstrued as settling the rear, while in fact it might have been the preload, which I also changed. Okay, full on push. Shit, I'm on used tires. God damn it. I keep forgetting to change the number after reviewing the wear. This is the last run. Whatever this is, we're racing tomorrow. I've done 0 of the things I meant to do. But hey, at least I've gotten a fair bit of trying to squeeze the car with full tank in, which is nice. It's a lot less violent when downshifting now, so it's probably too stiff on the rear earlier. And it turns in better, even on cold tires. How about here? Okay. See what she can do. Quicker on the outlap by a second, so that's nice. Oh, I was expecting her to let go there. Which triggers a whole other set of questions. Is my ARB still too high? on the rear. But then that would change the whole suspension stuff. God damn it, that's too late. But I'm still a tenth off. Hey, didn't even react. Oops, that's very wide. Still a little bit moody here. Lead the horse gently, one must. Lest you want the horse to kick you in the nuts. Seems to top out sooner, so that's nice. Oh, whoops. That's wide. Okay, so now take a little bit of getting used to this. Being able to trust the car through that corner. Oh dear, that's late. Yes, no, yes, keep it, no. Too heavy. dumping pressure like a madman on the rear right because of that corner as well. Rookie mistake. Come on, horsey. Nope. Come on, you motherfucker. Get around the corner and move quick. Same here. Get on it. And don't drift deep. Turn it, get off, let it coast, catch, and get on. Brake, trail, first, push. It's just too heavy and unruly. Hey, okay, nice. So at least it didn't step out. So it is there. Maybe the rear is still too stiff. Maybe that's what's been plaguing me all night. Now we're talking. Okay, so I just have to fucking beat this thing into submission in order to get it to go anywhere quick. I do not know how to drive front engine anymore, that is for damn sure. That is for day, I'm sure. Okay, so the inevitable one less rear anti-roll bar. Then I'm fucking off to relax. fuck, it happened again. I'm fully expecting it to let go, but it isn't anymore. That is so fucking weird. Or not weird, it's just hard to trust. Jesus. Fucked that up, but okay, now I know where it is. Dicks. Det är stor då. Ah. Yep, you can just floor it now. Which is good. If we can keep low 42s, that's an improvement. Oh, I'm braking too early now. Shite. Now I'm too late here, so yeah. I think this is the jumping off point. Oh, it's so heavy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Or I'm so fatigued. I don't know. One of the two. Probably both. Oh. Okay, so with this configuration, then +1, +1, +1. Okay. Okay. Everything is looking good on the paper side of things, but okay. Yeah, so I am going to kill the stream and write some notes and go get some rest. And then server opens tomorrow at 11. Long practice. Briefing, quali, race at 1, I think. 6 hours. Let's see, what does it say?
The loan was.
Oh dear.
Night night.
The race starts at 12:36. I am
The loan
well
was.
and truly fucked.
Maybe I can be an obstacle on the track.
Yeah, no, yeah, you gotta hurry up and sign up then. It's ACM 6 hours of Kyalami on SimGrid.
The loan was.
Yeah.
Ha. Never.
Whew.
The loan was. 6 hours.
Yes.
The loan was. Ha ha.
I
The loan was. I'm not qualified to join.
I think it's open. You just get placed in split 2. But yeah, 24-8, 25-0, and 24-8. And then I just that minus plus 0.2. Ah, god damn it. Plus 0.2. Copy, paste. And equals this plus 0.3. Copy, paste. And then this plus 0.1. Copy, paste. This spreadsheets fun plus 0.3. Yes. Paste. Equals this plus 0.3. Copy, paste. Then we have something 204, what? 24.8. Thank you very much. Okie doke.
The loan was. I'm going to do some trucking. See ya.
See ya, man. Good chat. Have a good night. Toodaloo. Catch you in tomorrow, maybe. Boop, boop. Pew.